itself in the Quran, that information about waves under the ocean, where did that information come from?
Okay, and I'm talking to you about people
where did it come from?
Research.
That passage in the Quran, where did that information come from?
About waves under the ocean. About people who did the research.
Where did that come from?
And I'm talking to you about the people who did the research.
The people that did the research.
Yeah.
Now, the people that did the research.
Yes, what about them? You have a question about that?
About them, yeah. What about them?
They did research and they found out that there are waves under the water.
Did. And then what?
So who makes more sense?
Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Who is making more sense? You or me?
Yeah, who makes more sense?
You or me or they or the people in the audience right now or?
The people that did the research.
The research on what?
Like, are you slow or something, or are you doing paper?
He was angry with me too. Finally, I fixed that a little bit. We now communicate, we talk. I got 4 children by 3 different women. Child support. I live in a hotel. You know what I'm saying? I do Uber.
Yes.
So yeah, I need lots of help. I got child support. $91,000 in debt because I was homeless for like 5 years. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, when people sit up and they're complaining or whatever, I work 7 days a week. I get up every single day. I'm tired too.
Yes.
So yeah, I need lots of help. I try to get this t-shirt thing going. You need resources, you need help. When people thinking that you're always trying to swim.
Because that's what's interesting to me is not so much like where she landed, it's how she got there. And if she can take me along that path and she can explain it.
It was their own way you're going to become one with God, but I'll land there.
Thank you for that, brother. That was beautiful. Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Yes, moderator. This is Congressman. Put me in the queue, please.
Can you imagine, right, that this man's ego is so high that he thinks that I would steal from him? Notice his language. I don't speak like that. Bro, no, how many times have I been in your room, Bleedo? I don't think even 5 times, brother. Why would I steal from you? I don't look at you as someone that has supreme intelligence talking about black people and you're a black person? Then you want to throw the word mysticism? I don't even use that word, bro. Yo, I don't even use that word. I've been on this journey way before I came on Clubhouse. To say that I didn't have this information before I came up.
I think you guys can come together with both your beliefs, and it doesn't have to be separation. I land there.
I appreciate that. I'm not gonna argue with him. I'm done. I said what I said. He made a whole room about me with my name in the title. I've never done that. I never went in, in a room and then went in another room and put a whole other man's name in the title. I never did that. And then he made a room saying Bleedo was a reptilian. And he got Andrew believing that I'm a reptilian. So to me, it seems like he has more of a problem than I do because I don't think about him. He thought about me enough to put my name in the room and talk about me for like 20 or 30 minutes in the room. I don't do stuff like that. Talk about you for 20 to 30 minutes. We talked about you for a little bit. Not 20, 30 minutes. You have reptilian characteristics, surely. Your language. We've questioned if you are even an AI. And actually, that's these are just questions that we have. These are questions.
Make a room about somebody else. That's like 100% proof that you're reptilian.
So at the same time, if you follow the story, then you'll see that he kicked me out of the room.
So you
And he was mad because he lost the debate. And now I can bring in a few people that are in that room, and they will share the story with you if you want to know the whole story. Because right now you're getting it from me, you're getting it from him. But here's the thing: you're not hearing the story from the witnesses that were in the room. Once you hear the story of the witnesses, then you can say you hear the full story. I got witnesses that agree with me. They will expose this. You don't joke. Really, I lost all respect for you, Plato.
So you created a snitch room? You couldn't just snitch in the comments. You had to like get some people to come in and be like, "Did you see what just happened to me?" And I don't. Straight. That's some serious reptilian behavior.
You might be also a reptilian.
Wow.
The thing is that in order for me to back up my claim, I need to examine y'all underneath the microscope. Get y'all in an X-ray booth. You know what I'm saying? Once I do that, then I'll be able to back up my claim fully. Right now,
This one of them Jeffrey
this is
Dahmer
the hypothesis.
bro. He said he want to get you in the room and put a microscope on you. That's some gay ass shit to say, bro. What type of gay shit you on? Like that meth. Leave them drugs alone, bro.
What drugs do I do? I don't even drink even one drop of wine. What drugs do I do? Give me the gun right now, bro, and watch me shoot up all the liquor stores. You think I'm a fan of drug dealers? I got, you know what I'm saying, the son. Why would I be a fan of any type of drug dealer? I'm even the enemy of CVS because they present hybrid herbalization. So I'm anti-drugs 100%.
Hello, moderators. Though this is a fascinating back and forth, I'd like to be put in the queue to answer which religion has the truth. This is John Kitover running for Congress in the 16th District. Put me in your queue. Thank you very little.
John Congressman.
Dude just said wine and he started naming alcohol in the store. I said, you're crazy, bro.
Hey, Dr. John, are you
You're going to be the enemy of alcohol. Look at how many deaths it caused. Dealing with the automobile accidents. Why wouldn't that be the death of alcohol? Look at how many families it destroys. Anybody that supports alcohol, you are my enemy. Don't think that you're not. You support alcohol, you go in there, you buy whatever you buy from them, you are my enemy. You are the enemy of humanity.
Yeah.
Because you know
Yeah, mine
alcohol
too,
is causing
because
so many deaths.
Yeah,
And you don't
I
care.
believe that.
You see that? You should get clean. That's my message.
Gotcha. So, John, did you say you were anti-racist too when you were saying you're anti-things?
All right, I'm running for Congress in the 16th District. I definitely oppose racism. I don't believe African Americans are any dumber than any of the other clowns in the clown world. I just think people need to read books and stop talking about the books that they don't even read, because the information you're looking for is in a book, and it will raise your intelligence. And the higher your intelligence, the quicker we will heal the world from the clown world syndicate, which is already running things. And they are actually just part of the complain gang. They are hypocrites worthy of mockery. So the unnecessary communication you are listening to right now in this room, which is wasting your life, not making you any more intelligent, that's the problem in clown world. It's the clowns that want to sit here and talk to you about racism, about identity politics. It's the losers that use religion to waste your time so they can support their ridiculous political positions. So stop voting for these people. Go to johnforcongress.com, and together we will repair America by defeating the clown world syndicate of all the losers and all the low IQ people who refuse to read books and have any understanding, any knowledge, or any comprehension of God, of Jesus Christ, the Father, even Muhammad and Allah. These people don't understand the material world. They don't understand the spiritual or psychological world. They are extremely low IQ. I have landed my plane and I am complete. Thank you all very little, especially the people who interrupted me and don't have ears. All they have is mouths and very tiny brains. I am complete. Thank you all very little. Thank you, mods. I am complete.
Weird. How
That is the real reptilian congressman.
super reptilian. But it's weird to hear that say they aren't any more dumb. He didn't say anything about that they aren't dumb. He specifically wanted to say, I don't think black people are any more dumb. It's just a very weird way to say it.
Everything he just said.
Oh, no, I heard everything that black people, and well, not you saying that the people are too dumb. I do see people are too dumb. get up. They don't look at their phone. And he said it for fucking. And you better like this.
Yeah, I heard 60. Yeah, I heard that too. God, thank God, I heard that too.
I'm so glad that some of them here.
Yeah, you're not. You're.
They think they're not saying it. They think they're not saying. They think it's black. They think that when they use those actual words like "I'm not a racist," "I'm not this," that we don't hear what they're actually saying. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree. That was kind of a backhanded compliment, Congressman. You doing the way you phrase, about black people. It wasn't a sincere compliment. So I don't. Yeah, the thing is thinking.
Excuse me, but I am black. My great grandparents came out of Africa. So when I talk about black people, I'm talking about myself and my family and my lineage. And I think we all have the opportunity to have a very high IQ, but we have to read books. And until we read books and stop having conversations, no one's IQ or intelligence will ever rise from where it's at right now, which is baseline. So let's get back into the books where the intelligence is at. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
So, Congressman, you just said your great. Might have been another great in there too.
He said, let's get back into the book.
Bro, shut the hell up, bro. I'm talking, bro. Every time I talk, you bring your ass off the mic. I'm not talking to you. I'm gonna put you down in a minute. I don't like doing that. So I'm asking Congressman, you said your great granddaddy was black, correct? Congressman, trying to vote for you right now. Can you come off the mic? Make a statement that you got black in your DNA. Listen to him now. When he said, y'all was crazy, bro.
Listen to what he said. He said they came out of Africa, which is the same way as saying, well, if you go back far enough, we all came from Africa. Yeah, my best friends are black.
I was just trying to figure out what party he's running for, because he said, like, there's leadership worthy of, that are hypocrites worthy of mockery. But I was trying to, I just don't know what party he's running with. Does anybody know? Does he know?
Maybe he's just trying to become the governor of Cleveland. That's what I think.
Go and type up his name, John Congressman.
This congressman right here, he's got the Civil War flag in back of him. So this is a PTR right there. If anybody studies that flag, then you'll see who your enemy is according to that PTR. Now, I'm not saying that he is the enemy. I'm saying that image is the enemy. If you think that image is promoting something good, it's not. That's a pirate flag. The updated Jolly Roger. Yep. And I put in the link to back up all my claims. I put that link in the chat room. Right there, I put my link right there. I put that link in the chat room, y'all. Check that link out, Sovereignty International, FYI. I just saved you about, I'm talking about how much money would that have been? At least 500,000, maybe more than that. That's a low number. I mean, maybe less. I don't know. 100,000 to 500,000, let's say. Money on books, right there. The most powerful law link ever to exist on the internet, hands down. And once you read that,
pass
right?
the mic around, Dr. Mike, so everyone gets a chance to speak on what religion they believe is the truth.
Respectfully, at the same time, I'd like to say that link that I posted, once you study it, you will never call yourself a Creole or Creole again. You would never call yourself a white, a black, a red, any of these colors. You'll find out about what it means to be non-descendable, what it means to give up your birthright because they corrupted your language. You'll find out about how the citizenship is an updated version of a slave ship. You'll find out about birthright theft. You'll find out about all these things, color of law, the list goes on. Taxes is criminal, why you're a debt slave. These are the things that we are, as men, we don't want to leave this for our sons and daughters. I said my piece, and I gave y'all crazy evidence. Literally, libraries.
What's up with the title of the room? Is there, because I know that this sister in the top left happens to, I believe you're a Muslim, right? I'm a universalist as a Christian, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but is there anything similar to that in Islam? Is there any what does Islam say about salvation?
That's easy. Just do your good deeds and you'll don't go to the hellfire. It's 1, 2, 3.
Do you have to are there any like beliefs that you have to have? Do you have, because like in Christianity you would have to like acknowledge the divinity of Christ. You would have to obviously be a deist and believe in God. You know what I'm saying? I would say,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? Like, are there any like beliefs that you have to hold? And
Yeah, sure. We have to believe in the prophet, peace be upon him.
okay. Well, yeah, I guess. Can you be a Christian and go to heaven and under the framework of Islam?
We don't know. I don't know. My signal gets bad over here, so you guys don't have to take over. I don't know that question.
I mean, I guess I only ask because I don't think that it's I wouldn't say that according to the Bible, it would be a sin.
Alessandro, like I can't hear you. That might be on my end, but like,
Oh, my bad. I guess I was saying like, from my understanding of Christianity, like I'm sorry, let me start over. My understanding of Islam is not that you don't worship Muhammad, right? So if a Christian was to consider Muhammad, this would be a radical notion, right? And I'm not saying that I believe this, but I'm just asking, if a Christian was to consider Muhammad a prophet of God, would that be enough to be considered saved according to Islam?
no.
Okay, so then what tenet of Islam is that violate? Or
You said a Christian. I'm sorry, I'm late to the conversation, but a Christian who believes Jesus is God, doesn't believe in the rest of the Quran. What do you mean? And also, you have to believe in all the messengers and angels and etc.
How do you get redeemed in Islam?
Redeemed?
Yeah, how do you get redeemed?
You worship one God.
That redeems you? Does it say that in the Quran?
So you would be saying that if you believe in the Trinity, according to Islam, according to most Islamic,
Yeah, according to the Quran, the Hadith, that's how it works. Yeah.
the Jews would be committing a sin, right, by worshiping Jesus.
Yeah, of course, not just a sin, like the biggest sin.
I got a question for everybody. My question is that if you knew somebody, okay, example, maybe he went to school, okay, he graduated, he started studying the Bible, okay, he got average grades, maybe he graduated with honors, maybe, all these maybes, right? Maybe he barely passed, 12th grade, maybe he stayed back. All these different maybes are teaching you the Bible. This man over here, he didn't even graduate. He pretty much failed out of English. Anyways, you get my point? But this man, he got higher grades. This one got way higher than the other one. So you get my point? And my point is that now you have somebody, right, that speaks 3,000 more words than Shakespeare. He's a linguistic terminologist, okay? He is extremely high level when it comes to language. Now, you take that man and you learn the Bible from that man. Or you learn the Bible from, how do they grade us? A, B, C, D, E, F, right? That was the grading system. So there you go. Which one is correct? And the answer is, obviously, if you learn the Bible from someone who has 3,000 more words than Shakespeare and is a linguistic terminologist, high level, well known, high master scholar, That man you learn the Bible from. But nobody wants to do that. They just want to act like that man doesn't exist, or these high-level, linguistic masters, 30 years. 30 years, that's a 6-time master. Every 5 years, they say, that's another master's added onto it. So he's a six-time master, linguistic terminologist. You know how high that is?
Wasn't that the guy that was did he do a rough dissertation on the Quran?
This man that I'm talking about, he wrote 2 books on the subject. His main focus is the Torah and the Bible. He wrote 2 books, The Judgment Upon Christianity, and he wrote Key to the Bible. That was his father. His son later on, what's up, man? Yo, what up? Yeah. My bad, y'all. So anyways, my bad, I got thrown off. Check it out, y'all. So anyways,
Which one of those guys that gave their rough dissertation on the Quran? Because I know one of them did the Bible, the Quran, and the Septuagint.
The one that I know, he didn't do that. He knows the Quran, but he doesn't speak on it as much. It's not that he doesn't know it. He knows all 3 books, but he speaks mostly on the Old and New Testament. And I'll give the link in the chat if anybody's interested, and you can go over his work. Here's the thing about it. There's a lot of big words in there. So you're going to have to, okay, it was quoted by a scholar. She was pretty high level, but she wasn't no 6-time master. But anyway, she was high level. And you know what she said? To study his work, I will need 2 dictionaries, 1 for each hand. To something like that. So I just want to point that out. So then now, imagine I have that teacher. Imagine if that's my teacher. There you go. That's my point. Now, that same fact, right, is in now we're going to go to the most intelligent electrician on the planet, right? And we're going to learn from him. We're going to go to the most intelligent mathematician on the planet. Then we're going to learn from him. Then we're going to support him in every way we can because he's the most intelligent when it comes to, commerce. He's the most intelligent. Not me. I'm not the most intelligent. So now I have to go to him, and we keep going down that line. Can you guys imagine the solutions? We got Jack Fresco, one of the most intelligent. What is that? He was economist. I forget, economist, whatever he was.
John, we get the point.
You get the point. Yeah.
So we get the point. The person that's the most experienced and most knowledgeable in that area, that's the one that we go to. Yeah. So so pertaining to the topic, right? Which religion has the truth? Well, the first thing you want to look for is that religion consistent, right? If there is contradictions or discrepancies in that religion, then you know that religion does not have the truth, right? Because obviously everyone has their own religion, especially involving the Christian church. There has been a lot of reformations over the past years because of one's different ideology. As I brought up earlier, with Islam and Hebrew Israelism, you have people that will turn to that religion because it favors them the most, in spite of having multiple women. Specifically, there are some other religions, such as Sikhism, that derives just towards individuals' good deeds and rather not focusing on that person's what you call their life, the outcome of their life. It doesn't focus on the afterlife. But yeah, so to answer the question, I would say that the only one is the one that does not have any contradictions, that's consistent from the beginning to the ending, and that is preserved. That's the truth, right? And to any religious leader or religion or movement group that does have this, that does have that, then that's the truth. That right there's the truth.
Respect communists. At the same time, I'd like to add real quick. You know, it's not saying that I might, like, if I just went on myself, I studied the Bible, I presented it. And then, you know, I took all the information that I gathered. No problem. That's what I did. Then I was like, well, everybody's arguing with me. Nobody agrees with me. I gotta flip the script. I gotta change my mode of presentation, of analyzation. So then now all of a sudden I start quoting from the six-time master. And now everybody's applauding me. I'm quoting from his work. That's not my work. Same thing. You see, that's why I just wanted to add to that communist. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. My point is that we should find the most intelligent when it comes to all the subjects. Medicine, everything. And if we do that right, guess what? Is Trump the best? No, he's not. He's not the best. Not even close. Jack Fresco is the best.
Make sure that the most intelligent have no errors.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And there you go. That's all. The thing about the people that are very intelligent when it comes to these things, they have an extremely high vocabulary. So it's hard for the normal man to even read their work. But you can do it nonetheless. You can learn. You just have to learn the vocabulary. So I posted two masters. I gave you all two links, a law master and a Bible master. I'm going to give you, the next one is Jack Fresco. Now, when you listen to all three of these, and if we replaced, right now, if we replaced Donald Trump with Jack Fresco's work, example, then everybody on the earth will live for free. Because he has set up a structure, an architectural design that will present a prevention method that nobody will be able to go to war. He set it up. He's smart enough to do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. He already did it. So if we follow his teachings, right, all of us on the earth will live for free, and there'll be no homeless. And I will post that link. Three links in there for everybody that wants to learn high-level supreme knowledge. Everybody that has been given a faith or belief, these two things are your enemy. And once you acknowledge what is supreme knowledge, you will agree with me, and you will have a better life. And so I posted three links in the chat. Yeah, anybody has any other links that are far superior than those links, please present them. Thank you very much. about this very high level transcendental knowledge, there's another link right there for everybody. Click on that link. Study it for 1 week. Come back and talk to me. It will change your whole life. I'm presenting supreme knowledge from all these different masters. Know the difference between real religion and pseudo religion. Know the difference between real spirituality and pseudo spirituality. And that's what I have presented. Thank you very much. I hope y'all click those links and and spread them to everybody, so that we don't have to have belief and faith anymore. Like I said, belief and faith are your enemies. They're not your friends. You believe that the gas station is 5 miles away. I believe that it's 10 miles away. He believes it's 15 miles away. And then another man comes and says, the speedometer says it's exactly 20 miles. There you go. No belief. That's 100% undebatable fact. Prove it. Because of the speedometer and the 2026 Hyundai, whatever automobile you want to put in that equation. And there you go. $12,000 different denominations in Christianity. Nobody agrees. Nobody agrees. So then the message that Jesus brought is confusing. And everybody out of those 45,000 different denominations all claim that they have the right one. And they argue and say that the other one is going to hell. But nobody's going to argue, supreme knowledge. Nobody will argue that. So the only time that they can argue is because they are arguing from an ignorant platform. And ignorance is the same as faith and belief. None. You have real science and you have pseudoscience. You have to separate the two. But nowadays, a lot of what is pseudo is trying to pretend and act like it is real. And that's why we have artificial persons, we have an artificial government, we have artificial constructs worldwide. And I will leave it at that. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stage, Andrew.
Thank you, Brother Doctor. Congressman, are you there? All right. What's going on, kindred? We've got Brother Kyle here too. Metapel, you should have came up earlier, brother.
I was interested in he said alcohol bad. Just wondering if you would elaborate.
The side effects of alcohol and what it has caused and all of the damage that it has brought forth, dealing with automobile accidents and destroying the family, then you will see all the evidence for yourself. And you will say alcohol is something that we should not support. And if you drink even a drop of wine, that means you support the alcohol regardless. So if you want to put an end to all the DUIs and all of these families being broken up, I was drunk the other night that I slept with my father, whatever, all these crazy stories we hear, then you need to, you can't support that. That's the only way to destroy it. And then by destroying it, the families will come back together. We'll stop hearing those stories. At least we'll start hearing them based on, I was so drunk I didn't even know. You see that? And then they get so drunk, then they drive and crash. And then there was how many babies were in the back seat when they crashed into the automobile in front of them? You see? How many deaths are caused by alcohol, drunk drivers? Alcohol is a demon, actually. It's actually, isn't it defined as a demon? If I'm correct about that. I think it is. I got to double check my notes. But yeah, alcohol. And so Jesus, he turned water into wine. What for? Why would you do that? You support alcohol? I can't support you. I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry.
I like it.
I gave you all those links. I really hope you click them. That link, these law links that I'm showing you, you know how many times his, what to call it, a website has been attacked? As far as I know, he had to go to court even. Information that I share, a lot of these, this information extremely controversial because it goes against everything that you ever learned. And when something presents itself as the better, and others, they want to keep things just the way they are. They don't want to update. They're like, nah. In this lame example, Windows 1 is fine. We don't need Windows. You know, we can talk about Windows 10, but who cares about that? We're doing fine with Windows 1, and then they'll attack because they want to keep things just the way they are, and so they'll do anything to keep things like that. So then, you know, who knows what's going to happen, y'all? Time will tell. Like time tells everything. So we'll find out in the end. But I mean, if we have the right people that are in high position, example, in government, the first thing that they would discuss if they disagreed, like many on Clubhouse, example, they would not fight and argue. Oh yeah, watch this. I'm going to send a bomb over there right now. They would not fight and get to the point where they're so angry that they want to drop bombs on families who later the mother and father is left dead on the battlefield, and the sons and the daughters are looking over the dead corpse. You see that? So then if there was any like intelligence, then they would think about our sons and daughters first. All the sons and daughters on the earth. They would think like that. And they would say, no, we have to avoid war at all lengths. And if it is the environment that is causing us, or the philosophy, or so-called religion, or whatever it is, then we have to ban them. We have to literally take those off the earth. They can't exist anymore. Judge the results. And then once we do that, then we can come back to the attempt of trying to turn this life into a utopia. But there are steps that we have to take. Example, I got kicked out of my house the other day. Why? I couldn't pay my electric bill, so they shut me off, and then they wouldn't let me live there because I couldn't pay my electric. So now where are you? Homeless? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Really? But then all they had to do is pay for the electricity because they print the money. You print the money. You literally make the money. I receive the money that you make. So since you have the most money, unlimited money, you can literally pay for that man's electricity, right? If you want to make it a money system, you can literally do that. And then that man and his whole family will not be on the street now in the middle of the winter. See that? Simple solutions. Why ain't they talking about this? Because they don't care. They don't care about it. Because they just want to keep things the way they are, and they just want slavery. What else? What other answer do we have? And the evidence is clear. That slavery is what we have right now. And there you go, folks. Thank you very much. Andrew, if you have evidence, right, that for nearly 2,000 years, the Christians, Muslims, and the Jews have been killing each other, and you know that as soon as you take the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran out of that equation, the upcoming generation of tomorrow will be not taught that they are a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew. By doing that, we end the war. Yes, it is radical. I agree. But what could be more radical and more extreme than war itself? So if we have to just get rid of all these books that cause that, then that's what we have to do. So we should not support them, because if we do, we support all of the sons and daughters that end up in the end looking at their mother and father, two dead corpses, as they cry eternally over their dead bodies. Can you imagine? I have seen this. It's not something that I just read about. I have seen these. How old were they? I mean, they were short. I don't know how old they were. 7, 8. Once you see that, it just does something to you. I tell you, it's not easy to look at. I had a friend of mine. He came back with post-traumatic war syndrome. He was in Iraq. He came back with that, and he was put on dead body disposal, meaning he was throwing the dead bodies into the landscaping truck. It's like a BFI dumpster, but it's a landscaping for the landscaping. Anyways, he was throwing the dead bodies in there, not by himself. One soldier will grab the legs, the feet. The other one will grab the hands. It was so hot over there in that desert that when they were trying to throw the bodies into the landscaping trucks, right? That the skin, it was like melting. It was sticky, and it stuck to the cuffs of their fatigues, whatever you call the army fatigue uniforms. So it was like kind of like a rubber band effect. A little bit, not like literally, but it was like a little bit like that. So there you go, right there. Because he was, he was doing that. He came home with post-traumatic war syndrome. In the middle of the night, he wakes up. All he does is scream. That's what he does, and he does it too many times, and that's called post-traumatic war syndrome. And I was over his house, so that's why I know about it. He told me everything.
Yeah.
He told me all. Yeah.
Terrible, brother. It is.
That's sad. Yep, it is. Yep.
Are you for or against Trump, Dr. John?
I decided. I can tell you this much. I heard good things about Trump, and I heard bad things about Trump. If the good things are true, I'm all for those good things. Some of the good things that I heard about Trump is that he's going to actually bring back the sovereign republic. I also heard that he's going to end the taxes. I also heard that he's going to bring back the gold standard, meaning that we're not going to be using fiat currency anymore. That, according to the Woodrow Wilson president of 1933, money is no longer backed by gold or silver. If Trump accomplishes this goal, he will be high level. He will be forever remembered, because we won't. He'll completely change it. Citizenry will no longer exist. If those things I hear are correct, only if they're correct. I read this, you read that. Some will say, "Oh, that's propaganda," on both sides. So you see, where can I make my decision, right, Andrew? When both of them are claiming that. You see? Oh, that's conspiracy theory propaganda. That's because they're pro-Republican. That's why they wrote that article. Oh, that's because they're pro-Democrat. That's why, you see? So I can only tell you, if those good things that I heard about Trump, then everybody will be like, give Trump the eternal applaud, because it will change the whole economic crisis, economic structure, and everything that follows. Thank you.
Very good. Well, doctor, should we start? Should we go to another room? I think we might be run this one out, or do you want to hold it down for a bit, and I'll see what I can check out, and maybe.
Yeah, Andrew.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good, brother. I'll catch up with you. I appreciate you, buddy. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah. One man, his name is Paul Stamets. He's talking about mushrooms can save the world. He's very high level genius when it comes to the mycology study. So he would be on the list as like, okay, let's put it to use. But you know what the problem is? Nobody can afford it. You see what happened? People can't afford it. They don't have enough money. They're barely getting by today with the what is that called? Inflation. Yeah, because of the money, the inflation. We've been using debt instruments forever. Who knows how long? We've been using debt instruments. That's why the debt is so high, because we're not paying for anything. We're just, creating more debt. Welcome back, Shah.
Really bad, didn't you? Anybody want to tell me what happened?
People started leaving. That's all. Nothing happened. It was fine.
If there's anybody else who would like to come up and speak on the topic, you guys can come up. We'll get a reset going. We know Dr. John doesn't really have a religion, so Congress, what about you? Which religion is the truth?
Many religions shop. But
yes,
I have one, yeah. Just saying, like this for clarification respectfully.
Of course. What about the Congress? Metapool, come up. Metapal, I haven't talked to you in a while. Tenex, come up. Virgil, everybody's welcome. I'm gonna be back modding. I was just really busy. Yeah, people, don't forget to cast your vote. With this Israelite stuff, it's really becoming more and more every day that people feel like the Bible is subjective to Israelites. Yeah. Dr. John, I understand some of your beliefs, and a belief of picking up more than one book. I know it confuses people, but I understand.
Whoever makes you a better woman, I am pro. I am pro that, because if you find peace in whatever you study, and you can see the differences before and after, good on you. Congratulations. Celebrate. That is my acknowledgement.
Yeah, most definitely. Welcome, Grimsonite. Is that how you say it? Grimsonite? Okay, welcome. Do you have anything you would like to add? I know I seen you on stage earlier. I was very busy, but I would love to hear your perspective on which religion has the truth, and also what do you think about the salvation through Christ is only for Israelites? You have the floor.
I have just been sitting back listening. I am a Christian myself. I think salvation's for everybody.
You said you had patience for everybody.
I think salvation is for everybody.
Oh, yes. Okay. And where do we get our salvation through?
Many Christians believe that anyone who does not receive the gospel of Jesus Christ is doomed, but that leads to the idea that if you never hear of it in this life, then you're potentially damned. But I don't think that's the case. It's it's different for everybody. So in theory, you could end up in heaven without ever having known Jesus in this life. It all depends on whether what kind of situation you're in. But no, I don't believe it's for Israel. Only it's a way for Hebrew Israelites to make it seclusive, so that they can make it elevate their position above the other people around. It's I would say it's racially motivated, but there are Hebrew Israelites who believe that salvation is available for everyone.
Most definitely. And would you happen to be a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian. Yes, been a Christian for about 24 years.
Okay, so with you, are you one of the Christians who believe in the Trinitarian?
Yes, ma'am. I am a Trinitarian. Since I first, although I wasn't aware of the Trinity before, it was new to me. I thought it was just God, and then He created the Son, and that was it. But then the elders at my church explained that the Son is an eternal person in the Trinity. He was incarnate in flesh, and so that's when I accepted the doctrine of the Trinity.
I like that. So are you on the same lines as our sister Cherry that's on the app, or is it a little bit different?
Yeah, very close to her. I used to be part. I mean, I still am. I go to her rooms frequently. We hold to a lot of the same ideas, although, of course, nobody has the exact same belief set exactly. But yeah, Sister Cherry from the Cross Mob. We speak out against Calvinism, against Hebrew Israelism, Islam, various pagan religions. We try to defend the Bible to the best of our ability.
And Calvinism is what again? I'm sorry.
Calvinism is, I guess you'd call it a denomination, although I would say it's more than just a denomination. It's just a belief system that holds to these core teachings of Gnostic determinism. It's a way of looking at Christianity, the teachings of Christianity, in a way that supports the idea that God had ordained or decreed for all things that have ever come to pass. So whatever happens, it's because God expressly desired it in the face of the alternative. You go outside, you get into a car accident, and everything bad is decreed by God. And the reason why people like myself and Sister Cherry and others in the Cross Mob stand against this idea is because it basically teaches a different God from what we believe is being taught in the Bible. Maybe not in substance, but in character, certainly. So we make the charge that Calvinists, along with Muslims and Hebrew Israelites, essentially are worshiping the same God, which is a satanic, Gnostic determinist type of God.
Oh, so that makes sense. So would it be the same belief system as the like God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus?
Yes, Calvinists are all Trinitarians. I mean, they, unless you get into the discussion of the creative will of God, a Calvinist will mask right into, typical Christianity. You won't be able to tell them apart. They hold to the Trinity. They believe in the divinity of the Son. They believe in justification by faith alone, Scripture alone. A lot of the same doctrines. It's just that one little core piece, one tiny difference that makes all the difference is the determinist aspect of their theology. it's we stand against it because if God decreed all things, then essentially He's the author of evil, and because Christianity can be viewed in a way in which God is not the author of evil, in other words, that He did not decree evil but simply permitted it, is what makes the biggest difference for us.
You say that more people say that in the Trinitarian beliefs that God created evil?
Not all Trinitarians, just ones who are determinists. By determinism, I mean that it was determined by God for all things to happen the way they did. So there was no possibility for the alternative. If it is the case that God decreed evil things, that makes Him the first cause for what led to that evil event coming to fruition. So non-Calvinists, just about every other denomination of Christianity, including Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, the Anglican Church, Baptists, no one holds to what the Calvinists hold to, except for some Thomists, maybe. But what they teach is different from what the Calvinists teach. So, yeah, the Calvinists are pretty much on the fringe. This was, we used to have a lot of conversations with them in the past. This was over the past 2 years, but as of lately, it's been mostly atheists that I've been interacting with.
That makes more sense to me, I guess. I have noticed that the Trinitarians think that everything is crazy if it doesn't line up with the Holy Spirit and stuff like that.
Yeah, Trinitarians will disagree on the way in which the three persons are individualized and exactly what the relationship with what the mechanism that binds them really is like. And there's really no way for any of us to prove the other wrong, just that from the way that the concept of the Trinity is the way it's conceived is such that you can make some basic distinctions. In the Eastern Orthodox, they look at the Trinity as more of three independent, or maybe they don't call it independent, but that you have three individual minds that are joined together, and that's just the way it is. So someone might be more inclined to call their view of the Trinity as being tritheism or partialism, which is to say that God is made of three parts that come together to make the whole. There are problems with that. But on the other hand, the Western school of thought on the Trinity is more such that it merges the three closer together, like the idea of the filioque, that the Holy Spirit proceeds out of both the Father and the Son, and that the Son is eternally begotten from the Father, kind of like a projection, I guess you could say, like a limb, extending out of the Father. And that can also be problematic if you take it to the logical end, because then you get what's called modalism, which is to say that you have a singular entity that is changing in modes, either at one point in time or in perpetuity. And so, I mean, it's got to be a balance between the two.
Most definitely, it's got to be a balance, or it's just going to be a whole bunch of chaos.
Right. you happen to be a Christian as well?
Actually, a Muslim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't had a conversation with a Muslim in quite a while. Although I must say I have had good conversations with Muslim on this app. Not very often, but surprisingly, they do come up.
What do you guys disagree about?
The strongest disagreement that I'm aware of is over the divinity of Jesus. Muslims will acknowledge that Jesus was a true prophet of Allah, and that he was merely human, and that he did Allah's will. And secondarily, that he didn't actually die on the cross as is taught by Christians when they teach the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. They believe that he survived it, and he just lived out the rest of his days. And that later on, Muhammad came as the next messenger of God, and the rest is history. So we disagree on that key point about God being triune in nature versus the singular God, and then you have the prophets, of which Jesus would be one, and that's pretty much it. And of course, Christians also deny that Muhammad was a prophet.
Yeah, they do. So I guess everybody is just in denial, right?
Yeah, we all hold the different positions.
And we'll never really know how people interpret it. That's their business. That's the whole good thing about having a belief system, is you have the right to believe what you interpret the truth is.
Yes, I do agree with that. The right to the freedom of religion, I do believe, is one of the most important rights that any society needs to have.
Get off a tire, I can pay you. I gotta take it to the place for them to put it on, but I just don't have enough strength to. One second, guys.
One of my friends.
Sorry, guys, I gotta change a tire. Sorry.
Okay.
Welcome back, Scander. Or Scander. Yeah, Scander. Assalamu alaikum. We were just talking about the Trinity and things like that, and the differences they have for Islam. Things like that.
This is the case that is the room, I think.
Yes, it is. It's still the same room.
It survived, well,
It survives because I had some really great moderators. I was able to sleep, and I came back. The room was building instead of being dead. So I did have some great moderators. The moderator, what's his name? Andrew was here. I had a couple other people that moderated the room really well. I'm not sure if Dr. John stayed the whole night.
Multiple shifts, yeah.
So yeah, this has been a very successful room. We did switch the title. I'm thinking of switching the title again. I'm trying to get a tire change, and I'm a woman. I'm having so many issues with normal stuff, but inshallah, it'll be okay. What's funny is this the same room that was going on last night when I had a flat tire? And it's still going on while I'm trying to fix it the next day. That's a success. That's a success. So we have.
If your flat tire was caused by a nail puncture, you can get that fixed for free at places like Discount Tire.
Let me take my dog back in. I'll be right back. My dog is so weird. This guy is helping me and he wants to tear his head off. That's weird. Give me 1 second to put him back.
I gave you a link just to let you know. That link is from a man, actually, that has 3,000 more words than Shakespeare. He's a linguistic terminologist. He wrote 2 books on the subject pertaining to the Bible. So if you would like to learn about his work, I gave you the link.
Cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good luck.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, good afternoon.
So, as far as the topic, which religion has the truth, I feel like you do have to believe in that religion, whatever religion it may be, and you have to see it as the truth. So if you're a Christian, you should see Christianity and the things that it teaches as the truth. If you're an Israelite, you should see that religion for whatever it has, and that's the truth. If you're a Buddhist, you have to see that religion for what it is and believe the things that it is teaching as the truth. And I think you do have to believe that it's true in order for you to learn anything that religion has to teach you. Because if you didn't feel like it was true, you wouldn't learn anything.
Yeah, that's
kind of how I see it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, it's all about a belief system and what we choose to believe. So I choose to believe in Islam, and it's like, oh, a lot of people are like, well, you don't know about it, and you this and you that. And I was like, that's what I'll have to answer to when I get to, the end of my faith, my iman. Nobody else will have to answer to it. So that's why I'm so cool with everybody with their beliefs, because it only affects them.
Yeah. You kind of, like Astro was saying, that's a good point. It's you kind of have to take a gamble at it and take a leap of faith to begin with, and you begin that spiritual journey, I guess you could say, and then your life experiences start to mesh with the theology that you hold to. And of course, not everybody's journey is the same. But depending on how well that journey turns out is what determines, I think, how devoted you are to that religion, later on in life.
Yeah, and what's interesting about it too is let's take it to an extreme level. You have some people who believe in a religion extremely, to where it's hurting their friendships and it's hurting their relationships with their family members and people that they care about. So what is it to say that the people who are extreme with the truth are they more righteous? Are they living the better life because they follow the religion down to the T, versus the people who believe that it's true but they don't follow it down to the T?
That's a good question. Because it really forces us to compare the different worldviews. And I don't mean just between religions. I mean, even within the same religion, you have someone that's more devoted versus someone who may be more skeptical. Like personally, myself, I tend to be a skeptical person, and so I'm constantly in doubt of my own faith. And it's kind of like a roller coaster ride. down, and whenever I have a conversation about this with a Christian who's more devoted to myself, they are comfortable in saying, yeah, the laws of the laws that the Jews practiced in the ancient times in the Old Testament, they were judicious, and that it was right, and that it's God ordained, and that even if it is practiced today, it would be okay. So it's okay to kill somebody on the basis of, say, breaking the Sabbath, or something like that. And on the one hand, I feel like, well, if I'm going to be consistent with my religion, then I should say the same thing. But on the other hand, I'm skeptical, and that causes me to have a great sense of hesitation, because what if what if the whole thing's wrong? So yeah, that's a good question, because it forces us to examine just how much devotion, how much commitment should a mentally healthy person hold to any one particular religion.
Yeah, and at the same time, is it too much to say that they're extreme? You know what I mean? Maybe they're just people who just following what the word teaches. You know what I'm saying? But I think from a broad perspective, they could be seen as extreme.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, so from the one who's committed and say they're convinced that their religion is true, and in the case of say Abraham offering Isaac to God, from because I'm not sure if Isaac was aware, from Abraham's point of view, it made perfect sense. He was doing the absolute good thing, and anything deviating from that would be crazy for him. But from someone who isn't familiar with his worldview, they would look at the act as being insane. Sacrificing one's own son because he thought he heard God commanding him to do that. And so, yeah, I mean, you can, both views can potentially lead you into error. When you consider the cults around the world that have risen and, have come and gone, like, in the United States, we all know about the Heaven's Gate cult. And I believe they all believed what they thought was true really was, and they were committed to it, and they were going to travel to that higher realm. But for the rest of us, we look at them as being deceived, maybe delusional, but not necessarily dishonest. So I guess it's a question of, how do we vet our beliefs? What is the degree to which a belief can be held in a way that's healthy to our lifestyle and to the rest of society in a way that's not potentially harmful, should it be the case that we're wrong? So I guess the question that it boils down to is infallibilism. If you're an infallibilist, then logically you should be completely committed to your religion, follow the law down to the T. But if you're not an infallibilist, then you have to be skeptical, I guess.
Yeah, but religion doesn't like skeptical people.
Right.
People who are skeptical are looked at as the bad apple. That skepticism is gonna rub off on other people, and now they got to figure out what to do with you because you're asking too many questions.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like a tug of war. It's a back and forth, trying to find that harmonious balance between the two, so that society can function. But the same thing can happen with on the side of atheism. I know some atheists atheists on here who are so committed to their view that the very question of intelligent design, of there being a God of some kind, is just not possible. So they are committed to their worldview, and whatever evidence that comes their way, contradicting or suggesting the idea that they might be wrong, they are forced to go into the extreme to interpret it as not being such.
Yeah, those people are extremely rational and extremely logical, and so they don't have. It's like trying to teach a fish how to walk on land, And I think when it comes to some people and their beliefs, they've gotten so deep into whatever it is that they believe that they can't believe anything else.
Yeah, and another aspect to it is, of course, our pride. Many Christians and Muslims, and certainly Hebrew Israelites, will defend their faith on the basis of pride, and so they everybody. This happens to everybody, even the atheists. So, whenever we can get back to whenever there's disagreement, and at the end of the day, we say, okay, well, we've had our argument. Now, are we still interested in what's true? If the truth is out there, do you and I and everyone else involved in the discussion, do we really want to know it? I can honestly say I do. I want to know the truth, even if that truth is not what I expected it or wanted it to be. And just knowing that truth will give me a sense of peace, I guess. And I sometimes wonder if all the religions, including Christianity, are just man's attempt at reconstructing a lost history of mankind that we're trying to reconstruct.
Yeah, I think, but before there was law, there was religion. And I think that's part of the reason why the couple of guys who left America, they were running away from the overall Catholic system that was in England, where everything was tied to church, and everything was tied to church. There was no church and state. Everything was just all church, and all law was tied to religion. And but I think religion gives place for order. It gives place for structure. That's why it's nonprofit. That's why they don't have taxes, because it's essentially free therapy. You know what I mean? It's free therapy. It's free counseling. For people who are going through tragic things, for people out here who life is in shambles and they don't know what to do. You can walk into a church or whatever religion you want to call it, and you are walking into a whole entire community daycare system. They have a band, they have a choir. It's opportunities on top of opportunities for you to be involved within that religion. So there's a lot of power in it, but I feel like it does give structure to people who may have lost their way of living, lost their way of life. And I think law most definitely came from religion.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Exactly, all the points that you made. It gives us a sense of purpose and direction. Helps us to define meaning, and so we begin to look at life in a context where where it's our responsibility to find a role to fulfill, and we operate under a set of rules or laws that help us to achieve that objective. Yeah, it's of course, it also helps to build a cultural identity, and serves a lot of important purposes. purposes, and I don't think any, even if it is the case, that's in my periods of doubt. It became obvious to me at an early point that even if my religion is wrong, or not just mine, but any particular religion that is wrong, it still has a very important utilitarian purpose in human society. And like you said, it gives order. It helps to motivate, and like you implied, faith is a very, very powerful thing. It helps us to achieve what seems to be impossible, and it gives hope in moments that seem hopeless.
Yeah, and we have a lot of things to give to religion, because honestly, if it wasn't for religion, we have so many savages out here. We have people who would kill, people who would steal, way more than what it is now. It would be crazy out here.
Yeah, that's something I have considered. I have also encountered Christians who, when the question, I didn't ask, I was just listening to their conversation when the question was put to them, what would you do if you found out Christianity isn't true? And one person said, well, I guess I do whatever I want and just try to enjoy my life to the best of my ability. And I could tell he was being honest. And in my personal experience, that has been the central question to me as to the type of person that I am or want to be, if it's the case that Christianity is not true. And throughout the years, I have come to recognize that as a person, as somebody with the nature that I have now, that you could say what was the result of my upbringing, or mixture of the nurture and nature aspect.
Yeah, but think about the stories that we tell kids. Isn't it interesting how we let kids believe certain things aren't true? But we let that happen because we know that there's a lesson to be learned within that story that isn't true.
Right.
The stories and the fallacies and the fantasies and all the things that we let kids believe, we still need those same type of things as adults. So even if the religion isn't exactly true, the religion is still teaching a lesson at the end of the day.
Right, exactly. Like Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy. You teach a child to be responsible, to be aware of how to keep themselves organized, and to keep track of time. You keep your baby tooth somewhere safe. You don't lose it. Put it behind, under your pillow at a certain point in time, and you get the reward of however much money that their parent puts under the pillow. Same thing with Santa Claus. You be a good person, in this case a good child, and don't misbehave, and you get a good present. Now, just because Santa Claus and Tooth Fairies are not real doesn't make the lessons that come out of it any less valuable and helpful as they grow up and mature. So yeah, I agree with that completely.
I gotta get out of here. It was a good conversation. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Okay. All right. Peace.
wants that supreme knowledge when it comes to metaphysical science. I'm going to put that in there. Here it is. I've been enjoying this extensively. I've been enjoying this right here. That link right there that I just put. If anybody just wants to compare.
And what exactly is that information?
Transcendental knowledge. And I just ask anybody, give it a week. Just listen to that for a week. Yeah, 1 hour a day if you can, 15 minutes, whatever you can do.
Okay, so I just bought a tire from you guys. Oh, he's getting it. He already grabbed it. Oh. He must already know what I need. I couldn't get the car here because it's like down the street, so.
She might have hit the button by mistake. She's talking about. She's talking to someone. I think she's talking to me. That's funny.
My bad, you guys. Like I had a blowout last night when the room was going on. And the room was getting so good. Tell me why I didn't even go to work. I just towed it to my house and then now I'm dealing with it today. I'm still in the same room. I'm so bad for that. Y'all pray for me. May Allah guide me. I need my money. I should have been at work. I'm always at work. I live in California. I don't have a choice. I'll be experiencing some of that homelessness Dr. John is talking about, and we all need to get on the bandwagon to get it in order. Thank you very much.
If we had a monarch, what is it called? It's a matriarchy. That would never be discussed. Can you imagine women being homeless?
Oh, I see it all the time. And I don't I live in California, of course.
California's like that. They got women homeless on the street in California.
Well, they have multiple shelters and all types of programs for these women. So a lot of the women here are actually lazy because of all of the resources and things that LA offers and Orange County as well. So it's kind of a weird system to where I really feel like the ones who really need the help don't really get the help, because the ones who don't want to do anything for themselves don't want to give up the help, if that makes sense.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, I understand what's going on in other countries and the homelessness and the starving and all that, but that's definitely not the case here in California. Mainly, if you see someone homeless, they have chose to make very, very bad decisions over and over and over, or they have some type of mental illness, and that should also be taken very serious. But we can't let the people with mental illness take over all the homeless shelters, because they are getting the benefits, but they're not exercising the benefits into building something better for their children and practicing the mindset of getting off of assistance, using assistance to, get to the next level and staying consistent throughout your life. What you be talking about, John, I feel like is a lot of when you be like, okay, well, people that can't work, like the elderly, we need to take care of these people, which we do, and I understand, but in order for us to take care of those people, we have to have our needs met as well.
That's right, exactly.
And we all have rights as lower income people. We all have rights, constitutional rights of how much government assistance that we can get and what we should have, and we all should have that.
Whatever works is whatever works in the end, it seems to me. But yes, I see we have a methadone mile in Boston. So that's it was similar to
down here, and they have and so all of those shelters down, I must say, me, I don't do drugs, but they have many shelters down there that can take you the next day, you know, because you're homeless, you need somewhere to sleep, but I don't do drugs. So it's like, I'm not gonna fit in, and then I'm gonna be uncomfortable, and then like, I'm gonna still be homeless, you know? I don't do drugs, but I can be homeless any day, living in California.
Yeah. I hope that things change with the whole inflation of money, which is causing this to exist.
Yep, definitely. And that's why you always see me get up early and, you know, get my prayers in. I pray throughout the day and I stay at work because I don't want to be homeless.
Yep, I hear ya. Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have that mindset down here, you will become homeless and you will become a burden on somebody and you will, you know, be hungry.
Yeah, it's really, citizenry has failed.
And yeah, that's what I say, Dr. John. Like, it doesn't matter what we believe in, like religion or whatever. Like, we still all have to bust our ass to survive in this economy, in this world, no matter what religion we have behind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. The thing is that if you're homeless and you know you have your religion, well, you know, depending on which one you follow, I guess you could say that you have a softer pillow to lay your head on.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Yeah, and then you got your people, right, that are in that religion also that will help you, right?
I mean, they say they will, but you depend on your God to work through those people. So you never like, oh, okay, I know that this person's gonna do something. You just depend that you put your faith in your God, and then you just depend on him to have people work through him when you are in a situation like that. And it's always happened for me. Like, it's happening for me now, you know? So it's just like, even since I've been Muslim, I've had a lot of tests. I've had things happen to me. Thank you. And I have to call Uber, so you can just sit right there. I've had things happen, you know, on the freeway and all types of stuff. I was in a clubhouse room when I got pulled over one day, and everything just went fine or whatever. It's just like, thank you so much. I don't know. I think you just have to have faith in your God, and then he'll work through people. That's what I can say. Like, but no, there's never going to be some absolute character in your religion that you're going to be able to depend on. No, it's not how it works. And then when people do that, they get really upset when they realize that they can't do that, you know? Because you never know what's going on in that person's life as well. So you're not going to want to depend on your pastor or depend on your, you know, just depend on God and things will happen. It's all about faith. Oh my God, it's a lot going on out here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so that's the best thing about religion is like you do get to rest some of your worries, because worrying can make you look old.
Worrying can stress you out. So religious believers, we have a choice not to be so worried. And it's beautiful. It's the best feeling in the world. Dr. John, what do you replace religion with? Just facts?
Replace religion? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if one wanted to replace religion,
Oh, you don't want to replace religion like in your life?
I am someone who enjoys reading many religions. My goal, I mean, I shoot for the stars. If I could accomplish perhaps 10,000 different religions and know about them, at least know a little bit about each one, that'd be great.
Okay, well, I understand about knowing about them, but not about following them, right? Because that could be a little weird.
Well, you know what it is? It's you study the religion or whatever, and then you take the best teachings out of it. And then, it is my acknowledgement that by doing so, and you gather all the most powerful information, and then you become purified. It's a conscious level of awareness, a conscious expansion. And so that's how I look at it. The more knowledge you have, the better you are. So that's why I look at it when it comes to spirituality, metaphysics, religion. They're all together. Science, even politics, civics. Perhaps that's a better word. So yeah.
Physics? Physics?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, cool. Like in science?
Yeah. Example. I mean, for me, it goes right back to nature all the time. The more that I study, the more that I read that it seems to be an expression of nature. That's all these religions in some form or fashion. But not all of them are the same. But in some of them, anyways, it is what it is. You just read them and then you just take them.
What religion are you reading about now?
Right now, I'm studying they're called Shiva Puranas.
What? Say that again?
Shiva Puranas.
The divas, the D-I-V-A diva?
Shiva Puranas.
Okay. All right. What is? Tell me a little bit about what they believe in. Just a little bit, because I don't want to get.
Yeah. They teach about example. I got a list right here I've been writing. So they teach awareness is constant. Peace is natural. Belief is unstable. Knowledge is direct. Knowledge removes fear. Fear of death is ignorance. Death does not affect awareness. They teach so many things. I got over 500 points that I made so far. Om represents vibration.
Yeah, I've heard of that before.
Yeah, I got literally 500 points, but let me see. Karma is consequence. Karma follows action. Meditation is not belief. Belief is not knowledge. Consciousness does not matter. These are the titles of the subjects these are titled, and I will be expanding on each one. The ego is constructed. Silence reveals truth. The mind is changeable. Awareness is not created. Consciousness exists prior to form. Yeah, all these. Yep. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm reading about that right now. So, yep. I put the link in the chat if you want to listen to them. They're audiobooks.
Okay, give me one more.
Yep. So far, I like these the best, but so far, but there's a lot of faded, so I haven't studied all of them yet. But these ones so far, I like a lot. I can say I'm enjoying very much. Yeah, I like the presentation. I like how it's written. Yeah, I really like it. So this is one, but I mean, I mix it all together. Shamanism, animism, Sanatana Dharma, everything. Buddhism. I mean, I literally take from everything. I take the best. It's kind of like if you had a buffet and you pick the best food. So yeah, that's how I look at it. So some of the food in the buffet I won't pick. I don't like it. And when it comes to the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, I'm not a fan. Because to me, when I compare these to other religions, they fall short when it comes to transcendental knowledge. And that's really what I've been studying a lot of, and where I can see the difference. They do chanting. I've done chanting before, but anyways, chanting, and we do mudras and mantras and yoga. So these are some of our practices. And we do idol worship. So, yep. Shamanism gets into ceremonies and rituals dealing with psychedelics. Ayahuasca ceremonies, psilocybin ceremony.
When you're going over a ceremony with somebody, do you ring a bell, bangle every so often?
So, sometimes it depends on what type of tradition that ceremony is presenting based on the culture.
There would be, let's say, hypothetically, a lunatic crazy person in the chat room right now who started chanting and raving and playing a triangle or ringing a bell. We might think of that as some kind of a ritual, or maybe on the off hand, I might think of that person as a crazy person. And I'm thinking of Congressman right now. He is a literal lunatic, crazy person.
Yeah.
If anybody in the room is aware, Congressman is a troll, at the very least, but at the very most, a lunatic.
Seems you know him.
Sorry.
I made a comment on his PCR with that Civil War flag when compared
I apologize. It was the other way around. He's at the most, he's a troll. At the very least, he's a lunatic.
did make a comment on his PTR. Civil War flag presenting the updated form of the Jolly Roger piracy citizenship, the updated slave ship. I made a comment, that's all. Yeah. I don't see the. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Does he have that gold fridge around it? I can't see it that good. That's why. No, I can't see it. It doesn't look like there's a gold fridge around it, though. Anyways. Yeah. My phone is frozen again. There it goes. Okay. Sorry about that. I had a frozen phone for a second.
Dr. John, you were wondering the other day where in the Bible where it says that the devil killed anybody, right?
Yeah. I've been looking for that scripture forever. Meaning like the face front of it all, to say that there's little scripture where the devil's like, then the devil cut his head off and the head fell on the ground and rolled down the hill. Blood splattered, I was looking for that scripture. I was looking for a crime scene, but I didn't find anything. But if you have the key to the Bible, which is a more of a, I guess, Gnostic perspective or esoteric, whatever word you want to use, you can prove it. You can prove the whole book is all demonic, 100%. But I wasn't looking for that presentation, I was looking for literally. I looked in Job. Nope. People were telling me go to Job. Sorry, they were wrong about that. I triple checked it. There literally is nothing according to my research. But hey, if anybody wants to present something, I will look it over. You know what I'm saying? I'm constantly updating. Didn't update it. Life would be so boring if we didn't update. It's like, stagnation of it all. Shot. I gave you that link, okay, on the bottom. And if the news
what is that?
That is dealing with the Shiva Puranas.
Oh, the religion that you're studying.
Yeah. Yeah. I gave you that, and you do what you want with that.
I'm gonna talk to you.
Yeah. But if you ask, I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't know if I have a favorite, but I can say that I enjoy powwows and ceremonies with indigenous people. I can say that much. Yeah, the drum. I love the drumming. I love the shamanic experience. I really enjoy that, really. Out of everything that I've studied.
Yeah. My neighbor, he has a drill. He's gonna come by. Thank you, love. Thank you. Have a good day. You too. Microphone. Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you. You too.
So if you are going, John, if you're looking at Job 1 through 19, what you're going to find is that Satan kills around 10 people in the Bible. Now, is that really Satan that's killing them, or is it God allowing Satan to do it? Ultimately, it's God's decision here, because if God didn't want Satan to kill anybody, God wouldn't ask him or allow him to do it. So,
please,
if we want to be like talking about,
I can give you money.
If we were talking about with the proxy of it, it is mostly God who's doing
I
the
just
killing.
bought this car, so I need
In
to
the
go
Bible
get all
there,
the
and maybe
tires.
Dr. John, you have Maud, maybe you might Sharia there. There we go, because she's got some background noise there. So it seems that both Satan and God share the blame or the quote credit for killing Job's children. But the tally there is 10. So if you want to know how many Satanists killed, the Bible does say it's 10. So.
Joe, what? 1 through 19?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Ultimately, what we're seeing here is the bet between Job and God, and Job allows for certain people to die. Or I'm sorry, the Satan allows for certain people to die in the story of Job. So, yeah, you have the devil or Satan killing some people, but the vast majority of people that are killed in the Bible, you can go up with a tally here. The tally is in somewhere up in the millions. We're talking like 25 million or more, at least that the Bible is noting that God is killed. You just go and add that up on all the countless number of people God's killed since the Bible and before the Bible, and God easily takes the cake on how many people he's killed. So if we're worried about Satan killing people, I wouldn't say anybody should be worried about Satan killing anybody. We should be worried about God doing the killing. If we're going to place blame on him and say that he's a moral or immoral character or something.
So interesting. I will look into that again to verify. At the same time, it is my acknowledgement that Satan is not the same thing as the devil in my biblical study. Whereas
you provide his words and probably say one is one or the other is the other. What words mean this or that? But really, what we're referring to as Satan in the Bible is the adversary. We're talking about God's nemesis. You have God, and then you have his arch enemy, the devil, Satan, Beelzebub, whatever fucking word or term you want to call it. It's this evil entity that opposes God. But again, when you look at the narrative, it's not an opposition; it's more of a cooperation. God allows Satan to do these sort of things because if God didn't want Satan to do these things, he would not allow him to do it.
Yeah. So here's the thing, is that I found the word devils throughout the whole Bible. So now, when it says the devil, I'm like, that's just one of those devils. But here's the thing about it. I have not found the word Satan as many. So that's why I have separated the two. The claim that is made in John 8:44, Jesus says the devil was a murderer. So we have in Job the word Satan is used. So that's where I would say, well, I'm going to look into it further and see if I can connect them all. So far, I cannot. Even when I went into the Greek, it was separating the two. So, I don't know. Then I was like, fuck the Greek. Excuse my French. But because I was so sick and tired of all this, it's not the real meaning of it bullshit. I'm like, well, you know what? I speak English, so if the translators got it wrong, go talk to them. That was just, a discussion I had with somebody who... Yeah. It doesn't mean that because the Greek doesn't say that. That's what they always say. There was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job, and there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. That's 10 total. And the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on earth, a perfect and upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil? Then Satan answered the Lord, Put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, Behold, all that he hath in thy power, only upon himself. Put not forth thine hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. And there was a day when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness, and smote the 4 corners of the house. And it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. Bible Hub real quick on that. Hold on. Up on the Bible Hub.
The current tally we have so far in this verse, God kills 2,821,364 people, and Satan has 10.
You know, I'm going to look into that Satan, because let me double check it again. Because that's interesting, because this would be the first.
Go a little further. Let's just go a little further. When the Bible doesn't say how many were killed, we try to provide a reasonable estimate. For example, the Bible says that Job's 10 children were killed in God and Satan's bet. The Bible also says that all of Job's servants, which were slaves, were killed, though it doesn't say how many. But since he was a wealthy man, the greatest man of all in the East, unquote, he probably had many servants. So we can at least guess about 50 servants were killed. So that means, here we are with this verse, God has now killed 25 million, and we have a tally of 60 killed by Satan. When there was no clear way to get a number from the Bible itself, we used estimates from the world population history in 1978 to go back to the population at that time.
John, you got any pushback on that?
I've done the Job breakdown before. I'm trying to look into it again.
Assalamu alaikum, Kufu.
On another day, the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them to present himself before them. Okay. And the Lord God said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" All right. Satan answered the Lord, "From roaming throughout the earth, going back and forth on it." Okay. Oh, this is the wrong one. Sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. 1 minute. Sorry about that. Okay. Does God fear? Okay, where's that one? So I gotta go to Job. Let me check out other Bible. 1 minute, y'all. Pardon me.
Let's make it easy for you, Dr. John. You can see the posted link in the chat room.
Is the idea that because God is the ultimate authority on whether someone is permitted to live or die, that makes him morally culpable?
No, it's how God kills people. It would make him morally culpable. If God is just in doing it or not. If God is unjust in the killing, then that would make him morally culpable, or at least morally questionable, where you can at least say, yeah, I mean, God could have done that a different way. Surely he could have. And then really all we're down to is, why did God do it this way opposed to some other way? Is it necessary that God has to kill people this way in the Bible? Did he have to genocide all the people on the earth, or could he have just forgiven everybody? Does God have to be a hypocrite where he says, I'm going to forgive everybody, but then I'm going to wipe them all out on the earth? Or I'm going to wipe them all out and then I'm going to forgive them? You know, which one or the other? The point is that could God have done it any other way? Could have God made everything where he didn't have to kill anybody? He didn't have to unjustly kill everybody.
So it's your position that either all or most of God's so-called killings are not justified, right?
No. What we'd have to do is we'd have to go over a case-by-case situation, and anything that is presented in the Bible, we would have to examine it to figure out whether it is morally repugnant or not. Usually what's going to happen is, me as an outsider who has a brain, who can think about morality, I'm going to easily be able to say, yeah, that thing that God did is repugnant. It's bullshit. It's fucked up. But from a believer's point of view, from your side, if you were kissing God's ass, licking his taint and his balls. You've got his balls deep in your mouth. You love him so much. You could never say God could ever be held accountable for anything. You could never admit God could ever do anything wrong. You could never, ever in your mind ever imagine that God could be the bad guy here. Always and forever in your mind, in your belief, in your view, God is always the good guy.
If that were my position, you'd be able to identify it by the reasons that I give for that position, but that's not necessarily my position.
That's right. I don't know your particular position, but the position of most believers, of Christians, are that they are going to not say that God is the bad guy. Because why? Why would they do that? They would not be a Christian if they think that the God that they believe and worship was not the good guy. They wouldn't be a Christian, obviously. So yeah, so I don't have to really know your position specifically to know that you're full of shit, to know that you're going to stand by morally repugnant sort of defenses. I already know it. I can already anticipate it. I can bet on it right now in the room. I could say to everybody in the room, watch me. I'm going to put a bet down right on the table. $50. Crimsonite's going to say some stupid fucking bullshit that's going to defend some horrible thing that the God does. And sure enough, you'll do it.
Well, if you're going to make a bet like that, you have to be clear in saying that the bet is that I'm going to use some ad hoc reasoning to try to support God. That is God's actions, that is to say.
Post hoc, not ad hoc. Post hoc.
Yeah, okay. That justifies his actions, which are contradictory to his own standards. So, I mean, you can
wouldn't have to do any of that.
Question to you.
I wouldn't have to do any of that. All I would have to do is, from my own moral, subjective point of view, I would have to point at any action that is done, and I can say that's immoral. That's all I have to do. I don't have to do any of the bullshit you just said. Not one.
My question to you was simply whether your view is that all the pain and suffering that has occurred on this planet is morally attributed to God. And you said it would have to be on a case-by-case basis, so I'm just curious to know whether your position is such that most or all of God's permissive killings were unjustified. And so far as I can tell,
we'd have to figure that out. Because if we're saying, let's say, God in the Bible is killing or taking out some kind of a rapist or a thief or a murderer or something like that, somebody who in our modern day we would imagine, yeah, that person is sort of just or justified in that, then yeah, we can at least say, yeah, that seems reasonable or right. But to kill an individual, we learn, no, we don't even really do that. We treat people with some kind of dignity. We throw them in jail, and we don't just execute people summarily. So even in that context, we would have to have any action that God takes in the Bible, we're going to case by case to figure out, is that action moral or not? Yeah. Really all we're doing is we're boiling it down to show that everybody in the room can recognize that God's morality and humans' morality are different, at least in the sense that man's morality is superior, secular morality is superior than sort of the morality of a God. And it's his opinion anyway. It's ultimately what he decides and what he thinks is right and wrong versus what we think is right and wrong anyway. So
I don't believe that's the case, though. I think it's the same standard. I do happen to believe that God's conduct has not been contradictory to his own standards, but would you say that the case of Job was the prime example of an unjustified killing?
I don't know about justified or unjustified. I don't know what justification there is there. If there isn't any justification, then we're left with it being unjustified by definition. But yeah, I'm only referring to Job in response to Dr. John, which is he was wondering how many blames of death do we put on Satan? And when you read the Bible, the number is extremely low. People don't really equate in their mind that God is the arbiter behind deaths on this planet Earth. They seem to disconnect that, and they want to think that maybe the bad stuff that occurs on this planet is not due to God. But anybody who understands theology, studies the Bible, thinks about God for just 5 seconds can recognize that all things tie back to God if he exists. All of the responsibilities of all the shit that's happening on this earth, always go back to fucking God. It's always his fucking problem. It's always his fault. It's always his fucking deal here. So we don't have to worry about people. We have to worry about God and his decisions and the things that he's made up here.
Right on. I mean, like specifically, if you see somebody walking, a bunch of people walking in New York, for example, and then all of a sudden you're, across the street or something, and you see this man walk up behind somebody very fast. He's getting closer and closer to him. He pulls out a gun, puts it to the back of his head, and blows his brains out right there and keeps on walking. Now, if you see that going on, right, are you going to say that God did that? No, you're going to say that man, you know what I'm saying?
Is that a question? Is that a question to me?
Oh, no, this is a question I'm going to answer myself respectfully, where I'm just going to
asking out loud in the room, kind of for everybody.
Yeah, then you can answer it after, no problem. I'm just giving a hypothetical. A man, he runs up in back of another man. They were all walking. He pulls the gun out, right? Boom! He blows his brains out, and then he keeps on walking. And then everybody's like, oh, no, screaming, everybody, and I saw it happen. I was across the street.
Who's at fault for that? Yeah.
I'm going to say that man who did that is his fault. Yeah. And I got the description and all that. When the police come, they ask me, what did he look like? And I'm giving the description. Now, I'm not going to say that God did that.
So we can go on the very baseline. We can go on the very lowest level, the very beginning starting line, and say, yes, the person who pulled the trigger was at fault. But then if you start adding on things to the story, if you say, well, the man was created by a God and the universe was created by a God, well, then now you have to take a step away and go, well, it wasn't his fault directly. It was the fault of the being that created the situation. It was the being that made that person and the situation of the gun and the alleyway and the street and the other people walking there, and all blame would eventually trail back to God, because you have to then admit or deny, one or the other, that God is all-knowing and he's all-powerful and or he's all good. And if you throw all those combinations together, then no bad or evil actions could ever occur on Earth. But Dr. John, I'm sure you're well aware of the problem of evil that we have that exists on this earth. I really hope Crimsonite understands that we have what's called the problem of evil that exists on planet Earth. And the problem of evil is very simple. It's to say, if there is this God that you believe in, Crimsonite, that you are telling me that is this really great, wonderful guy, he's an all-good God, he is all good, he's all-powerful, and he's all-knowing. If that is the case, then evil can't exist, because God knows that evil exists. He can eradicate it because he's all-powerful, and he's all good. He wouldn't allow for evil to exist. So it literally could not exist if God is all three of those things. But if Crimsonite and Dr. John, if either one of you want to take away one of those three things about God, you want to say God is not all-knowing, then that's cool. Then that means God doesn't know about the evil that's happening, or the guy that's walking down the road with a gun and he's going to shoot somebody. He doesn't know about that situation. Okay, if you don't want to say that, maybe you say God is not all good. That makes perfect sense. There's evil in the world because God's not an all-good God. He allows for evil because he's not all good himself. God is partially evil himself. Okay, maybe God is not all powerful. Maybe he is all knowing and he is all good. Maybe you guys want to just go with that. But he's not all powerful. He knows evil is around. He's a good guy, doesn't want evil, but he's a fucking bumfuck. He can't do anything about it. God has his hands cut off. He's not all powerful. He's some dimwit who made the universe, did all this, but can't actually do all things. God has his hands tied in some ways. He can't do this, can't do that. He's not all powerful. So whatever you want to do, Dr. John or Crimsonite, whatever you want to do to say God is not all knowing, not all good, or not all powerful, just say one of those three things. Admit that God is one of those three things, that he's lacking in one of those three things, and we're all good. That makes sense. Why a guy can walk up behind somebody, shoot him in the head, and walk away. That makes sense. God allows it. God wants it. God demands it, whatever that is the case. If you want to stand and say that God is still those three properties, now you've got the problem again, the problem of evil. You're going to have to figure some way out of this shit. So you got to pick a lane. Either God is all three of those things and you have the problem of evil and you're going to find some other way to explain it, or God isn't all those three things. He's not all knowing, he's not all powerful, or he's not all good. Maybe he's none of those three things. Maybe, Crimsonite, God doesn't even exist, right? Maybe it's a possibility that this God that you believe in, Crimsonite, is fucking bullshit. It's made up and it's in your head. Maybe.
I'm fully open to the possibility that Christianity could be wrong and that the God of Christianity does not exist. That's not to rule out the possibility of God altogether. However,
now I wouldn't say you rule out the possibility of God altogether. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, don't do that.
Your attempt at giving an internal critique against the Christian God fails on the basis of having false assumptions and premises. You're not working with the full set there, and that's what makes it.
No assumptions, no false premises, because I don't want to make assumptions about things, and I personally don't want to make false premises about things. So those two things that you said are utter bullshit. Now, what you want to do is you're going to have to pick out specifically where I said anything.
Be nice.
Yeah, real quick. I'm almost finished. Real quick, I'll mute up here. Now, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to come back and say specifically where I was doing those things that you say. And if you fail and you can't do that, if you say that I'm making an assumption and I tell you no, I'm not, or if you say that I'm making some assertion and no, I'm not, well, then we found out that all of your rebuttal up here was all just a waste of time. So let's go through that. What specifically assumption am I making, or what specific claim or sort of a thing that I'm stating that isn't backed up with anything? Let's go with that and let's find out where this is all false.
Sure. The first assumption is that the Christian God, supposing that he has the triomny properties, the assumption is that he can and is obligated to prevent the occurrence of all evils without violating their autonomy.
That's right. And what we can do there is I'm not making an assumption, because now you're wrong there. And this is how I prove you wrong, is because I'm not going to make that assumption that God can't do those things. I'm going to allow that it's possible that God could have made a universe where all those things didn't occur, where our free will was not impeded, but all of those terrible things didn't occur. So I don't know, I'll just give an example. You got a world where a lot of people have sort of proclivities for interests in children. And if God made the universe where maybe those people still had the free will for them to have the interest in children, but they just couldn't act upon it. Their body would fail at some point. If a man approached a kid and tried to take his pants off, his dick would literally fly off like a rocket. That was the biological mechanism that was built into us, where when a man approaches a kid and tries to do something to that kid, the dick flies off like a rocket. Woo! Goes flying right off. And now he can't do anything. Now he still wants to do the thing. He still has the free will to do the thing, but he physically can't, i.e. his biology. Now God didn't limit him. He still has his free will. He still, in his mind, could do all this stuff, but physically he cannot. So God could still make a universe where you still have all your freedoms, all the things that you could freely choose X, Y, and Z, but not have any of the bad outcomes, not any of the unintended or the unnecessary suffering. And the unnecessary suffering is the most important part. We can go on and on about, does God allow suffering and all this stuff? I think what's more important is the unnecessary stuff. If God can't even simply stop the unnecessary stuff, good is he, right? In any term of morality. What good would it even mean to believe in a God, right? It wouldn't even matter. So, and one final thing about your free will bullshit, which I'm not making an assumption on, by the way. I'm still calling you out on your bullshit to say, no, I'm not making an assumption. No, I'm not making some false claim. I'm still telling you you're full of shit, Crimsonite. Your eyes are brown. that I'm not making an assumption about free will or anything like that. I'm just saying, if God could make this differently, surely he could have. Like, I'm admitting that, yeah, God could have made the whole life and situation different than what it is. Free will is not impacted here. Like, the devil, Satan, knows that God exists and still has all the free will to go do whatever he wants. So God letting us know that he exists, God in telling us or doing or stopping a person, it would not impede on our free will in any way. You just have to recognize that.
Okay. So you do acknowledge that, and I'm glad you did that, by restraining free action, God could have prevented some, as you call it, unnecessary sufferings, while still preserving the will to commit an evil act.
That's right. Yeah, it has nothing to do with our free will. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in this case, you have a moral standard that you're measuring the act against. In this case, rape or whatever you said, and then you have the action itself. Now, the basis of God's judgment is such that you have both the moral standard and the act itself, the physical act. And the physical act is contextualized such that a doctor cutting into the flesh of a child for the purpose of removing a tumor is different from a sadomasochist who cuts into the flesh of a child in order to bleed them out and kill them or whatever. So in the case of the alternative world is that you have God restraining evil, but the intent. So in other words, their free action is restrained, but their free will is not. Okay. Now, what you have there in that scenario, in this hypothetical alternative creation, you would have a lower degree of contextualized evil in the free action sense, but the spiritual sense of the wickedness is such that it can never be judged in accordance to the one-to-one scale action that would have been actualized or permitted had it been what we have here in this world. So the basis upon which they would be judged would not be complete. That's the first point. The second point is that the free action, which is to say a crime that's committed against someone who is perceived to be innocent. Remember, when we talk about someone who is guilty or innocent, we're speaking in relative terms to our own experience, to ourselves, the people around us. So a liar could be argued as being more innocent than maybe the thief. A thief can be more innocent relative to the murderer, and so on and so forth. The person that tries to commit genocide and then keeps on going. And the moral standard with God is that of moral perfection. So in the state of sinless perfection in which Adam and Eve were prior to the fall, they were free of any corruption, though they retained their autonomy, which eventually manifested in rebellion, the choice that they made. Now, following that point, we all inherited, in a sense, it's more of a figure of speech, we all inherited that same autonomy, and we've all fallen short of that perfect standard of God. And in doing so, we are then thrust into this world in which we inhabit now. That's the explanation that's given in the Bible. It's, you could call it divine hiddenness, the fact that there's a separation and that sin cannot stand in the presence of God, which is why in the book of Job, the angels that gathered, they looked downward rather than up, because I suspect the fallen angels, being imperfect, if they gazed onto the countenance of God, they would have been incinerated. But that's a kind of a red herring. So what I'm saying is, when we look at someone who, superficially speaking, has the appearance of innocence, it's not to say that they are not deserving of the negative consequences of living in a fallen world, so that they suffer the evil wills of the rapist, the murderer, the thief, and thereafter, the criminal, the person that committed the crime, is held accountable in full correspondence to the action that they've committed, which reflects their evil intention, in addition to the person having suffered that crime, the victim, having an opportunity to learn and benefit from it, is basically the nutshell of being the greater good that comes out of it. You know, like the Holocaust happened, and then after that, there was a movement to allow the Jews to, you know, move back to their ancestral homeland or something to that effect. And so you always get something. It's kind of like a seesaw effect. Did that make any sense?
Mark, right there.
I might have stepped away from his phone.
Yes.
So we got. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I want to say to you, Shah, according to my research, Job never seen in that Job account. I've triple checked my notes, backtracked all of the contextual statements that were made. Satan, according to the Job account, never murdered anybody. So that is my rebuttal. And I have broken it down, and the text does not teach that. I've also cross-referenced it with 5 different AIs. They all agree. The AIs that I have set up in the programming of it all are 1,000 moves ahead of any master chess player in the way that I programmed them. And, you know, I trust my own judgment only. So therefore, there's nobody can present any evidence that Satan murdered anybody in the whole Bible, unless you know that Satan lied and said he was God. When you can figure that out, right, then you can prove that Satan murdered. That's how you can prove the devil murdered. But you cannot prove the devil murdered or Satan murdered anybody in the Bible if you do not know that Satan lied and said he was God. If you don't know that, then you can't prove it. Now, if anybody can prove me wrong, please present your scripture references. Thank you very much. And I've been presenting this on Clubhouse for the past, I'd say about 2 weeks. I told people that you can feel free to send me in my offline messages, and still nothing. So I'm just waiting. Mark, unfortunately, the text doesn't say that. Now, if Mark wants to go over the text with me, we can. I have no problem with it. Does anybody want to present any evidence using the Bible that Satan, the devil, or Lucifer, or whatever, murdered anybody? According to Deuteronomy 44, Jesus made the claim, respectfully, Jesus made the claim saying, you are of your father the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. And there we go. So I'm looking for that murder. And I did not find it yet, according to my research. Respectfully, thank you very much.
I think I largely agree with that. I don't think the Bible ever implicates Satan as having committed any direct act for the purpose of murdering anyone. The closest that you'll get is either in the book of Job or in Revelation, where in the case of Job, Satan was permitted to go out and attack Job's loved ones. But in the narrative, it says that there was a heavy wind came and blew down the house, and it crushed, Job's kids as they had their gathering. So, and in the book of Revelation, they have these demons that come out of the bottomless pit, and then they, it gives them a description. They wear armor. They have like insect and various, kind of like a
mixture of different things, but it goes around the world and attacking and killing people. But in the Gospel of John, I believe Jesus was mainly reflecting on the intentionality of Satan being that of malevolence, rather than directly inciting any violence. I suspect that may be because any direct interaction, as in the case of the fallen angels that cohabited with man prior to the flood of Noah, they were all bound and locked away for their crimes. So, as a way to circumvent that law of interference, direct interference, I suspect maybe Satan incites people to do things for him. But in the book of Job, it's not exactly clear. Did Satan simply coerce or suggest, or I should say manipulate, Job's kids to have a gathering at a place where there naturally would have been a large wind, a storm that blew the house down, or if Satan did that himself? And if it was the case that Satan was the one that caused the wind that made the house crash on, killing Job's kids, then why bother with that? He could have just killed him with a snap of his fingers, I guess. So I'm not sure with that, but pretty sure Jesus was talking about the intentionality rather than the physical act.
Okay, thank you very much for that. At the same time, I would like to present that link in the description, rather in the side chat. And you'll see that I have presented over 63 Bibles connected with the parallels. Each one is saying he was a murderer from the beginning. So when you make that claim, like if I pointed to somebody, the police were, they showed up on the scene, and they were asking questions, and then I was like, he was a murderer from the beginning. Meaning, like, if I wanted to say that, then I pointed. You see what I'm saying? So the police would obviously arrest him. The forensic evidence would then prove everything that I have presented into the box, of material that was confiscated and things of that nature. Things that were said, with the blood splatter and all that. Like also Dexter, if you ever seen that, I don't know if that's Netflix, but you get my point. So yeah, the claim is made that this devil character was a murderer from the beginning. When you call somebody a murderer, you better be right about that. You better not just be falsely accusing somebody. That's a pretty harsh claim, calling somebody a murderer. You better be able to back up your claim talking about who did he murder. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be some evidence. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, oh yeah, he's a murderer, but then, there's no evidence. So I just want to point that out, respectfully. According to my research, I have not found any evidence where this so-called devil character murdered anybody. Unless, and this is the most powerful point that I'm making, you can prove that Satan was a liar from the beginning. Let's read that John 8:44 again. Let's read it again right here. I wanted to find the one with the word character in it. There it is. ESV, you are of your father, the devil. So right off the bat, this devil is the father. The implication is that obviously with the father, right, you have sons and daughters. Who knows how many sons you have? Maybe you don't have any sons. Maybe you just have daughters, vice versa. Or maybe you have both. So father can be like that. So these would be the questions that we would ask pertaining to the word father in that scripture reference. You know what I'm saying? We just like, he's talking about the devil is the father. Well, who's his son? Sons. Daughters? Does he have any? So this would be the questions that we would ask and try to connect scriptures with that to find the answer. Anyway, it says, you are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning. In the beginning, I'm thinking off the bat, I'm like Genesis, because we know Genesis represents the beginning. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe, but in the beginning of the devil's murdering spree or whatever is another, something that comes to my mind, right? And does not stand in the truth because there's no truth in him. So it's like there's no truth in this devil character. He ain't got no truth. It's like, you ain't got no blood. You see that? There's no blood. So if I find blood, then, I was incorrect. Either I lied intentionally or I spoke ignorantly. So here we see that it says that there's no truth in this devil. In other Bibles, CEV, and I quote, everything the devil says is a lie. And you can keep running with that. I'll give you the link after. Oh, I already put the link in the chat, excuse me. But then he says, in him, and he lies, he speaks of his own character. So I'm like, he lies about his character. So I'm thinking like, wait a minute. If he's playing the character of the devil, and he lies about his character, if he's playing the character of the devil, and he lies about his character, what character would he want to be? And the answer is God. Which brings me to my original statement, stating that the devil lied and said he was God to the readers. It's a third person third person narrator connected to the reader angle of observation, a linguistic analysis. And if you ask me, it is far superior than any theologian or theology presentation when compared, but one would have to judge for themselves. Anyways, I will leave it at that. I have presented evidence. If nobody on the whole planet can present one scripture reference, literally, the devil then cut the man's head off and the head fell down, and rolled down the hill or whatever type of murder. The devil stuck the pitchfork or whatever he did, If no scripture reference can be presented, my case, my point is valid, meaning that the only murders that we got is God is doing all the murders. And so it's like, why would God be doing all these murders? And then the answer is, oh, that's not God. That's the devil who lied and said he was God. The devil that lied to the readers. This is one particular, and this information that I was given to me by a man who has 3,000 more words than Shakespeare. He was a linguistic terminologist, and he wrote 2 books on the subject, and I will post a link. Anyways, respect to him. He passed away, and now his son is my teacher. Thank you very much. I will present the link, okay, guys? So everybody can look into it and judge for yourself. Because in the end, we all die alone. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Hope it wasn't too long-winded there.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, my bad.
I just went to a couple of rooms or whatever, a couple of Muslim rooms, see what was going on. One room is talking about hijabs or whatever. Which I do notice that is, I don't think that you have to wear a hijab everywhere you go, but you will eventually start wanting to. But like, yeah. And then what else I seen? Not much really going on in the hallways. I think this room is the best room going on Clubhouse. Let's give us a hand. Woo! And it's been that way ever since I started opening rooms. We welcome everybody. Everybody's opinion. You may get beat up. You may lose or win a fight. But you're always going to be welcomed back with open arms. And we love you for the sake of Allah. And for the sake of all of you guys' beliefs. Because at the end of the day, you are not a reptile, you are a human being, and you deserve a place to be heard, and this is the place. I'll end there.
Very much. Give a shout out. This room was pretty live yesterday, for sure. That shit was packed yesterday. Last night, all through the day and night, yeah, she was packed.
And it's not really about, it doesn't matter if we close it down and start another one. It's about the quality of the people that attend and the different edifying information, whether it comes from an atheist. And there's things that people say about atheists that, or people who don't believe, but that I can't really get with because I was a non-believer for about a year and a half before I started dealing with Islam and believing in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So I've dabbled in the life of Christianity, Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if atheism, because they said I believed in God still, so it was just like something going on, but yeah. I chose Islam because it is peaceful to me. And I believe everybody has the right and the privilege to choose whatever they want to be a part of and whatever they want to believe. I don't believe anybody should be forced, religion should be forced upon anyone. I don't believe that if you feel like I'm hot today, so I'm going to go out, I'm going to be dressed nice, but I have no hijab. You shouldn't be crucified. The intentions of your heart is pure. You're a woman of God. Allah is leading your life. You can't be messed with. Nobody can take your deeds from you. So yeah, this is just so peaceful. Like, it's such a peaceful religion at the end of the day. Like, communists, I know you have some pushback, but at the end of the day, you wish you was a Muslim.
Regards of what?
I'm getting somebody in my inbox right now being mad at me. As we speak, a Muslim. Oh, I'm mad at you. You do this, you do that in your room, da-da-da. Like, what am I supposed to do to please you guys? Like, you get a green bean, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. That lets y'all know that a green bean don't get you respect in my rooms. It just gives you protection of yourself. People still cannot like you. People still can come in here and they will talk you into in a corner. And then you'll be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna leave. And that's fine. You're always welcome to come back. But I give you guys the protection of yourselves. I have a Muslim brother that's upset. A woman came into our room, and she's a woman, and he wanted to speak on the woman. She's a woman, first of all. Come on, guys, she's a woman. So he wanted to speak on the woman, and he's like, do you want me to bring up our past, and do you want me to bring up our past? And she was like, wait, what? Like, why are you even, like, why do you want me to be relevant? So since he wanted her to be relevant, I made her relevant, and I gave her a green bean. So now I'm out at a Kitover and I'm this, and that, and I gotta hear the brother cry in my inbox, blah, blah, blah. Yo, I don't have an easy job running these rooms. Someone's always upset. Always. And then when they get so upset that they make rooms about me. But with that being said,
opening these rooms on Clubhouse, are you like a sponsor or something?
No, I do it to keep from, just doing worldly things like listening to music, going out, things that is considered to be haram or not advised, things like that. No, I don't get paid. And I don't need to get paid because I learn a lot. It's more like wisdom that I get.
Is also worldly, and it's really weird that somebody would have to change their behaviors for some other book or some old traditions.
No, you should just change your behavior because you want to change, or you should stay the same because you want to stay the same. I always tell my grandma, who tells me when I moved away to Cali, she said, "Baby, I'm not gonna visit you. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna visit. Grandma don't fly." So she drives. She drives to Texas. She drives to see her other, her sons and daughters, but she won't come to California because she won't fly. She's set and stuck in her ways. So I have to go meet her at herself. I have to go to her if I want to see her. I got to fly 3,000 miles, and that's just something that you deal with. Like, some people just believe in certain things. Like, they're not going to get on an airplane. They're not going to believe in God. They're not going to do this. And you have that option. You have that free will. The most important thing that you said, though, is you want to go do the things that you want to do despite other people telling you to do them. That you can think for yourself. That you don't have to have an old 2,000-year-old book tell you to do these sort of things. That was the key important thing that I wanted to point out that, was a good thing that you said, Of course you don't. Because before the book, we could have been babies, but before the belief, you already should have had intuition and feelings of what's right or wrong. But that's not to everybody. I was just looking at a video where a little boy said he wanted to be a murderer. I want to be somebody that kills people. So, and his is a little boy. So it's just like the religion comes in with, Hello?
Asking, how does he address that? How would you respond to a little boy who desires and wants to kill people?
I responded to that as the people around him are demonic. And the people that are raising him and, the stuff, the energy, all that. I believe in a lot of different things. So I don't believe a 6-year-old is going to have that energy or have that on him unless it's hereditary or it's things being done around him. But I mean, he went viral for it and he was just as innocent as ever. But that's what he wants to do. He wants to kill people. So, with that being said,
you don't know whether he's serious, whether he's joking around, whether he's just doing it for the views, whether he has a mental disorder.
No.
Question. We can't just assume that he is being serious. We could do that, but then
he's being serious as a child. He's being serious as a child.
If we just assume he's being serious, then we got a problem there. But most kids are edgy. They're going to say things, they're do things that they don't really mean.
You've never heard of the story as the kids are going to tell you the truth? You never heard that? They're going to tell you if you're ugly.
Have I ever heard of a kid saying a thing and they didn't really mean it? Yeah, I've heard of that plenty of times,
Well, but did you ever hear them tell you the truth, though? Like, you're ugly, your hair's messed up.
Where a kid said... Have you ever heard of a time when a kid said they wanted to do a thing, they did the thing, and they felt really shitty and regretted it and don't want to do it ever again later in their life?
No,
too.
I think I'm
I've
talking
heard of that
about.
too
I'm
before.
talking about younger. I'm talking about younger. Cause like 5 and 6 year olds,
About anybody at any age. I'm talking about anybody at any age. Anybody who's from an absolute infant who can't proclaim that they believe in things to somebody who is uttering words out of their mouth who can proclaim things. What we can do is go, yeah, they're a kid. They don't know any better. Then I know plenty of them that are going to say things and do things that they don't actually mean, that they don't actually believe. And more than that, they don't actually understand, which is probably the more important thing, is that kids at that age, they don't fully grasp or understand what it means to be a murderer or killer. Like,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Fully grasp that.
Okay, and you proved a point for us. That is where religion comes in at. Where religion comes in and tells that person once he is of the age where he does understand that that is wrong. That is totally not going to get you anywhere. Yes.
No, we do not need to incorporate a religion into their minds. We don't need to
they're already
some additional information
so
into their
he
head.
needs some help, right? He's talking about killing people. I've raised children.
Maybe they need help and maybe they don't. If the kid is not being serious, he's just joking around, he's just doing it for the views, then no, he does not need help.
That right there is not
maybe he needs a spanking or maybe some physicality, but I mean, I'm not in favor of that either. So
no, you can't spank their minds. He has already entered the realm.
Yeah.
He's already into the realm of very dangerous territory. So what I'm telling you is
that statement, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, maybe they're just messing around.
Okay, let's just say there's a possibility.
Maybe even this is a possibility where maybe a person is really serious about what they're saying, and then the moment arises where they have the ability to do that action, and then they don't do it.
Yeah, there's always going to be a maybe, but you're missing my point.
Will always be a maybe. That's right. So we don't ever want to just immediately assume they're all a maybe. So we don't ever want to assume, hey, if there's a person out there that's saying this sort of stuff, hey, the immediate go-to is we got to jam a religion into their head, because that's not the solution. That's definitely the opposite of a solution. But also impress. Even if we're talking about kids here, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, we as population, as people on Earth, should never be teaching children about any religions ever on this planet Earth. To teach a kid about a religion is literally to brainwash them or to indoctrinate them. It would be literally child abuse. That's my view.
So it's more like not giving the child the ability to make his own choices or whatnot. So programming religion into his mind takes away and exterminate those choices.
Communist, have you ever seen Clockwork Orange?
But I've heard of it.
That movie, Clockwork Orange, there's an exact example of where you have people who are in the movie. It's a Quentin Tarantino film. I want to say it's one of these films that's made by a guy who really loves violence and stuff like that. But the movie is about a bunch of thugs in the UK, and I don't want to give away too much of it because you gotta watch it. But in the middle of the movie, they are forced, with their eyes open, to watch a thing. They were indoctrinated and forced as adults to accept and believe a kind of programming. So you're right, communist. Yeah, it's like some kind of like a brainwashing. The worst thing you could ever do is say, yeah, you know what, this kid's behaving badly. Let's teach him about a God or a Bible or something like that, or a holy book. Seems like the height of irresponsibility.
Yeah, and the thing to actually put in there is the fact that when you have a child that is exposed to religion at such an early age, you basically will be rooting him in the ground with that poison. And what's going to happen is that he's going to get so caught up in that religion, then whenever he has a son or a daughter, he's going to pass that chaos down to them, and so forth.
That's not a given. That's not a given, but what we see is traditionally, yes, if you were taught an idea or belief, you're going to teach other people. And who are the easiest to teach? Who are the people that will usually believe you and not question you are going to be people that trust you, that are your family, that are directly connected with you. The people that are going to be least likely to just immediately believe you and trust you are going to be strangers. So, yeah.
Freaking my dad abandoned us. So technically, I was raised by my quote stepdad, and he believed that it was okay if he teach all of his sons of that matter.
Did the dominant populace. Our culture has been bruised. Our family structures have been bruised. Our values have been bruised and stretched out. Y'all, men have directly been attacked. So in our community, the
Okay, I'm headed out to Mark with Mark Rice to his debate. This is his room. Tune in here live for the live debate. It's also being live streamed on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.